It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us.
Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Not him, he Anglican, or he's nervous Latino.
Literally not.
Is that correct?
For Trump's sake. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
All right, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. I might have lights on my table today. We'll see. Maybe so. All right, good morning, good morning. We think court's going to happen today. We think court's going to happen. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm sorry I'm late. I was eating salsa. I have to report that half the salsa is gone. Half is gone. So I ate half a gallon of salsa basically in the last, 12 hours. And I'm feeling good. Oh my goodness, it's so delicious. It was good. All right, thank you everyone who joined us yesterday for the because we had a little break in the trial, right? Court stopped. Hang on. There we go. Court didn't happen because Karen Reed was not feeling well, and because of that, we had a break in the trial. And the break gave us an opportunity to do something which I've threatened to do for quite a while now, which is to do a little shopping stream, which I failed at miserably. For that, I apologize. Apparently, stores... It's not that they don't want you to film inside their grocery store. I mean, some don't. If you did like a big production, you got cameras and everything and the crew and sound guys, they'd be like, hey, you guys out of here. They kick people out all the time for that. It's not that. It's they just build them out of like the same material that they make a Faraday bag out of. And you can't get a signal out of there. You can't. It just doesn't work. Speaking of which, I'm missing a connector, which I need. A little white connector right here. I'll find it. Anyway, so apparently Piggly Wiggly and Food Lion are out for any future shopping streams if they're going to happen. We just can't do it there. It's no bueno. Oh, I've got this nice Dove soap commercial over here. Not a sponsor. There we go. And there we go. That's working. All right. Anyway, so that was bad. But we did do the live stream. We did make the salsa in the RA kitchen. I call it the RA kitchen because it's Mrs. RA's. So it's sort of like mine, but it's all hers. It's a beautiful kitchen. She designed it. She got exactly what she wanted when we got the new kitchen, because she sure didn't get what she wanted when I bought the house. And so fortunately for us, when the damage occurred in the kitchen and totaled the entire thing, even down through the floor, the rebuild got to be exactly the way she wanted. So she got a pantry. She got rid of the laundry, which was also in that room, washer and dryer. Moved those out. Got a double oven. Got a nice, big, huge refrigerator. Big sink with the tall faucet. Everything. She got everything she wanted. Granite countertops, and plenty of cabinet space. And you got to see it, and it's beautiful. And yes, it always is that clean. Everyone's like, why is this the new kitchen? Why is there nothing on? No, we don't do pictures on the walls. We don't do decorations. It's not like we don't have like this is a rooster themed kitchen. It's cool. We don't do it. We do like this is a brand new showroom kitchen themed kitchen, and there's nothing there. And all the appliances are put under the counters. Everything. It's gone. So that's how she keeps the kitchen. That's what makes her happy, and so that's what we do. Kelly H. sent a gifted membership. Thank you very much, Kelly. I have no idea who on the internet today. I'm guessing it was probably Greeners. That's just my thought. Guessing it's Greeners. I see LNC is showing the boys arriving. So it looks like court is going to happen here soon. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Let's see. Kelly H. sent a membership first thing this morning. See it? Selena K. Member for 25 months, one of our OGs. Sending love to my RA family. Thank you, Selena. Congratulations. Attorney level support. 25 months. Selena, thank you. AJ Red Sox, member for 5 months. Best place to spend my 40th birthday with all of you. Birthday? Did someone say birthday? Looks like Karen Reed is there as well. So that's a good sign. Looks like trials can go forward. New Bunk Foss gifted 5 memberships as well. Wonderful. Let me go back and see what is up with the whole birthday thing. Let's see. I think we have some birthdays to celebrate because trial starts in a little bit, so we probably should do that. Let's see. Kathy Trout says, me, can I run the internet? Who won this morning? Did somebody out somebody? Lena H won it. Lena. There we go. Lena, congratulations. I can't find you in chat. Let's see if I can find your comment somewhere. Or one of your comments. Doesn't matter which one. Lena, you're still here, right? We have to have you here if we're going to gift you the internet. Who? Lena. All right. Lena, word on the street is you were first in chat. Because of that, we're going to punish you and gift you the internet. You're responsible for everything IP related worldwide. Yes, if the internet protocol makes it happen, you fix it. That's basically that's your shtick today. So good luck with that. Congratulations on the great win. I think this might be a first offense, but it also could be a second. I don't recall. I don't have the court records in front of me. But and maybe you didn't win, and we're just punishing you incorrectly. But Greeners won it, says Kelly H. Lena stole the internet and left. Greeners won. KU2, fight it out. Greeners, it's firmly in Greeners' grasp. So we'll see what happens from there. All right, we've got a couple quick things to do. Birthdays being one of them. I'm sorry I was late. I was eating salsa. Yes, I was. All right, here are the birthdays. Josh, thank you very much for doing this, my friend. Josh, this is a big help every morning. John, Cade, AJ Red Sox, Auntie Candy, and Yo Mama. Yo Mama is celebrating birthday today. So we're going to sing to them. Scott keeps records. What a surprise. Can you teach Canton that? Hey, too soon. All right, we're going to do this. Everyone stand up, take a breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbors. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. We good. All right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear John, Cade, AJ Red Sox, Auntie Candy, and Yo Mama. Happy birthday to you. John, Cade, AJ Red Sox, Auntie Candy, and Yo Mama. Happy birthday. I realize there are a million wonderful days. A million great days out there, but today is your special day. You could celebrate with a million different people. You could have been in a million different places to celebrate. I said that wrong, but you get the idea. But you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor is all ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy back to you, make your day a little more special. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, and Bob Evans. And Andy's Grill. Don't skip Andy's Grill. They'll hit you up too. All right. So the birthday song's great. It's a wonderful birthday. I didn't forget. I owe everyone an apology in advance. I owe everyone an apology because there's something we do every Wednesday. And here when the birthday song is over, which will, take your time, no rush. When the birthday song is over, we're going to do our Wednesday thing. We're going to do that. Okay, here we go. Everybody, let's finish off the drum solo of the birthday song, right? And then we'll do the next part. Beautiful, beautiful. And now.
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. What I didn't... Whoa, I'm feeling lightheaded. I got a mediocre from my daughter. Mediocre. What I didn't have in duration, I gave in volume. It's hump day. It's Wednesday. We made it halfway through the work week. Wonderful. I got 1 thumbs up from the young one. By the way, my daughter did all the camera work for my live stream. First time I've ever had her do that. She understands that there's a pan tilt zoom camera, but she had never run a camera like that before. She did all the switching between the two cameras and controlled the PTZ for the live stream for the salsa make yesterday. So big shout out to her. She was awesome. Oh my goodness. With that, we are ready to kick off court. It's hump day. I'm going to take a little rest on my lungs a little bit. Thought you only had boys. I've got all boys and 1 girl. So I like to say that we have a basketball team and a cheerleader. But honestly, I think she could beat some of the boys in basketball. So there's that. Which one of the boys has to be the cheerleader? All right. She loved it. She had a blast. Which I think I get to pay her. I think that's like as a contract hire or something. I don't know. I think I should be able to pay her. She should earn something for that. All right. Can we rename the like button to the acknowledgement button in honor of Yuri? Yes. Would everyone please acknowledge that the stream is coming through on your end, and do that by hitting the thumbs up button to acknowledge, as Yuri does, that he acknowledges the texts. Going through her phone right now. No nudes. Acknowledged. Thank you for acknowledging the live stream today. I think that's a great thing. I think that should be going forward. I'll talk to the guys at YouTube, see if we can get that fixed. So, all right. Good morning. We are excited for court to begin today. One thing that might be different about today than any other day is we do expect the 2 children. These are minors to give testimony in court. It probably will be half an hour to an hour long. I don't imagine it will be extremely lengthy, but during that time, we will most likely get this view right here. No audio, no mics, and during that time, we'll just sort of watch Twitter and get updates, and we'll sort of just read through the updates that are coming out of court, because the judge has ordered no cameras, no mics for the minors as they testify. So I think only his niece is testifying. That will make it a little bit shorter. I use a thumbs up all the time just to acknowledge people, even if I don't agree. Yes, the single finger up is great acknowledgement. Just make sure you use the right finger. The wrong finger acknowledgements can be taken completely wrong. All right. Semantics. You guys are playing with all the sound effects. What's the over-under on starting with a sidebar this morning? Can anybody Can we request Recovery Addict Kitchen be something? Like what? Like, you want to name it something?
Happy birthday. You look good.
Or are you requesting that to be a feature on the show? That regularly we go out and make something. Sidebar first says that's like 100 billion. Let's see, comma. That's a trillion percent, I think. Because it's 1,000, million, billion. 1 billion percent. Sorry, I added a couple zeros. A side what? I'm only familiar with sidebars, says Sharkay. A regular side job, the kitchen. If I keep doing that, I'm going to have to do a couple things. I'm going to have to paint the pantry door, which is now only primed. I'm going to have to paint the pantry door trim, which is now just bare wood. And I have to learn how to cook. That's probably the biggest of the three. I'd have to learn how to cook. Should name your kitchen the side bar. It does have a nice bar there. We were cooking on the bar. We were making salsa. The salsa dispensary. You missed my special message during Hump Day, and I've been waiting a year to say it, says Donna. Donna, I will go back. I apologize. I got carried away. Yes, there are a few. Just 1 second here. New Monk Foss gifted 5 memberships. Auntie Candy says, I get to sport a 0 on my birthday number today, too. Oh, it's a big one. It's a big birthday. It's one of the even numbered ones that ends in 0. Auntie Candy, congratulations. Greenas reminds us it was Hump Day. Donna Turner says, yay, 1 year today. Been waiting a year to say that. 1 year today. Time flies when you're having a great time with great people. Y'all make my day every day. Donna, that's really nice of you. That's very kind. I appreciate the kind words there, and thank you for your support of the channel. Congratulations on the year mark. It looks great. Greenas says, if you forget your 25th anniversary, you can forget Hump Day. If you get for 25th anniversary, you can forget Hump Day. He said it twice, which means he must mean it. Greeners never says anything twice unless he really means it. So apparently I forgot my 25th anniversary. We remembered jointly together, like we were calendaring. We're literally laying in bed talking about what's going to happen during the day, where everyone's going, directions, plans for a little trip that we'd like to take as a family just over a weekend, and where we potentially get a hotel. And I'm bouncing things around in my head, and I'm like, what day is it today? And we both sort of look at each other. And she beat me to it. She said, happy anniversary. Right? And then I'm like, happy anniversary. And then we're like, so what should we do? Apparently, silver anniversary is a big shindig. I will say that as part of our celebrations, we did also go out to eat and enjoy a nice date night out. And at the restaurant we were at, somebody was celebrating their birthday. And I sang. I sang. The problem was, I like to think that I was on. I waited for them to start to give us the pitch. I joined that key, and I sang it out. I did my regular line. They changed keys during the song, and they also got very quiet. And it was like some random dude at another table is singing happy birthday. And then when it got to the names part, I didn't know who they were. So I'm like, and then happy birthday to you at the end. But I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed of singing happy birthday to anyone. We've done it enough that anywhere, anytime, I'll sing happy birthday to somebody. Barb, you missed it. And it was late too, which means you're super late today. But we won't tell anybody. Cinnamon rolls next cooking lesson. Oh, that's going to be like an all-day stream. It takes hours for them to rise. Anyway, the restaurant we went to, she chose Italian, by the way. And the restaurant we went to had some tabletop, I don't know what you call them. It's like a little tablet that mounts on your table, a little device. And I was clicking around on it because they're, hey, buttons, and that's how I am. And I clicked one of the buttons. I'm like, hey, what? I wonder what this is. And right as I clicked it, and I'm lifting my finger off, it says, this will cost you, and it's like $3. I just spent $3 on something I don't know what it is. And so apparently I bought a game. And there are two options. You could either play where everyone around the table gets out their phones and plays. And I'm like, well, that would be cool, but we only have one phone because Mrs. R.A. does not like phones. And so we instead decided to challenge the entire world to a trivia contest. Best 10 questions. May the best band win, or the best table win. We challenged the whole world. And we sort of felt cheated because they're like, hey, joining the game. We found a game for you. And it pulls up and it's like, question 5. I'm like, what? The game's half over. There's no way we can. So that game, we barely made it onto the bottom of the scoreboard. But then the next round, we had trivia questions. We had questions about wars in the 1700s. We had questions about, movie characters, and one of the answers was Michael Scott from The Office, which I knew. But there was also stuff from Friends that Jen knew. Just all sorts of questions. Just tons of science questions. Tough stuff. We missed one. But we beat everybody else. We came in first place in the nation. So Mrs. R.A. and I literally won the nationwide trivia contest last night. And I'm not one to brag. I did happen to take some pictures of it, of the screen to prove it, because it disappears like seconds later. And our waiter came over and like, hey, we won. And she's like, oh, that's nice, dear. They apparently there was no prize. And anyway, I'm feeling a little bit special. So maybe something will arrive in the mail to commemorate the win. I hope, but more likely than not, all we get from that is the $2.99 on our bill, which I guess is something. So game over. The satisfaction of being the winner. It was close too. It was close. Having missed one question, which I don't even know which one we missed. It was a terrible one. We're like, I never would have got that. Best. There's only 4 answers. It's a multiple guess, all of them, multiple guess throughout the test, and we're like, it's a crapshoot on this one. We missed it, but anyway, no prize. I thought at least we'd get like a free something, like a free dessert for winning. Josh reminds us that Brian Koberger is set to be in court tomorrow for his last prelim. We'll be watching that. We're going to be not only watching that, we're going to be live streaming that on the Top Mark Media channel, which is my other channel. Top Mark Media is my company that I own that runs this channel. It sounds really, really professional and everything, but really it's just me. It's just me and a lot of paperwork with the government to do that. So, all right, we are expecting court to begin any minute now. We're a few minutes late already. So let's keep our ear to the ground, see what happens. All right. You can't see me. I saw this. Fitz News reporting Becky Hill on being charged and turning himself in this morning. Just 3 felonies. I saw there was a perjury charge. Now this is rare. This is rare. This is why it stood out to me. There might be some other charges. But if there's a perjury charge, it's rare to see someone charged with perjury. But in her case, that would be something that looks like the state of South Carolina wants to pursue. So we'll be watching that a little bit, because perjury is an interesting one. It's a tougher one to prove, believe it or not. A lot of us can accept somebody lied on the stand, but then proving somebody lied and meant to lie on the stand under oath is different, is harder. So, all right. Laura Owens was charged with perjury. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's a crap show. That whole trial. And I realized I was involved in that in a small way with a live stream we did, some partnering, and I actually helped the. Yeah, that's a weird case. Who's Becky Hill? Becky Hill is a clerk in the court for the Murdaugh trial. Who is Laura Owens? Think The Bachelor.
Bring the jury.
There's something about twins that we can't say here, but it's a naughty trial. All the facts are very naughty, so that's it. Selena, I've got a nickname for that trial as well. It's the Did He Do It? It's the Did He Do It trial. Apparently, Diddy did everything, and it's yeah. You don't want to. This is not safe for work. Even those little Cliff Notes version of the summation of what happened in court today, not safe for work, and most of you don't want to read that. So, 3 felony charges as of this morning. I thought it was perjury. If I'm wrong, I'd be curious as to what the charges were. Diddy's done. Did he did it all? Yeah. Did he do it? Yeah. Nauseous, sick, disgusted. There's so many words that yeah, it's bad. You can't. The problem is you can't unhear that, right? We always say that you can't unring a bell for the jury. You can't unhear the allegations in the Diddy trial, and you'll want to. You'll want to be like, scrub my ears with bleach. How do I make this go away? Oh, man. There we go. All set up there. Hope Karen Reed feels better today. She looks like she's doing better. She was hugging people outside the courthouse as she arrived this morning. Her lawyers are there as well. They arrived shortly before we got the fan feed. I have my own fan going as well. That's why my luscious locks are blowing in the wind. Hopefully it's not too noisy for y'all. Look at this. 18 months. Judy M. says it's Barb's birthday. My stepmom and 18 months with y'all. Thank you, R.A. Happy birthday, Barb. Happy birthday, Barb. And Judy, thank you. Barb, please accept the free pancakes and everything else. Consider yourself sung to. That we sang this morning. Trial's about to start, so we can't do that again. But happy birthday. All right, mod chat. Okay, we're getting some court updates. Ted Daniel, who's there in court, says Karen Reed is there, says she's feeling better. She's at the courthouse. Karen Reed is at the courthouse. John O'Keefe's niece and nephew are both there and could testify for the prosecution. So they're both there. Thank you for that update, Josh, from the Twitterverse. And also, Becky Hill, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, additional hold for South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, felony arrest warrant. So 3 felony charges. We believe perjury is in the mix in that one for Becky Hill. You'll remember that some jurors said she sort of she talked too much to the jurors. Let's put it that way. And that's not all. The Gadget Girl, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much for your support, Gadget Girl. Love that yellow courthouse by your name. Are you having salsa for lunch today? If there's any left, my family knows where it is. They like it better after it's sat in the fridge. I've got a couple kids who like to just like dip the chip vertically in the juiciest part of the salsa so as to not get any chunks. So what I did for them is I took like a cup of it out and I just pulverized it. I just blended it until it was it was juice. I juiced the salsa, and so now they eat that. But they like it better in the fridge because it's cold out of the fridge, and for some reason that means it's not as hot in their mouth. Go figure. Lallyson, it was a good one as well. You have to go back. It was late. It was delayed, but we got it in. Love my salsa non-chunky. Hate the Commonwealth placing the kids on the stand again. They have nothing to do with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe's relationship. I think the daughter may have observed something in Aruba. I think that's it. I don't think there's going to be a ton that comes in there. We'll watch Twitter for this happens. Add the salsa to scrambled eggs. Oh, so good. So good. No double dipping. Yeah, you have to have your own little bowl of salsa, and then you can do with it what you want. Can't believe you can go through a gallon in 24 hours. Oh, I'm on my third bag of chips. The kids eat most of the chips, though. Do you think the kids' testimony will be damaging for Karen Reed? Sounds like she didn't care for them, poor babies. I think she had built quite a relationship with the daughter that complicated things, and I think that presented itself in the text messages. It wasn't what she wanted. I mean, that wasn't like, hey, I've got an idea. Let's date somebody who is taking care of two kids that weren't his. Has adopted two kids. I don't think that was what she wanted in life, but I think she was giving a very good effort to be a parental or even a mom figure to them. As a matter of fact, she would get yelled at by John O'Keefe for spoiling them too much. So I think she did what she could in the way that she felt was best for them. I think the kid's testimony last trial ended up being a nothing burger. I don't think it's going to be major. First of all, it's a child, okay? The jury, even if you're bringing them up to testify to something they observed that's important, the jury feels sorry for the children. And dragging something painful out of them or dragging them through something painful again that happened years ago and making them relive it in front of a whole bunch of strangers in court under oath with police and lawyers and judges and everything else, it's a dangerous thing to do for anyone. Here we go. I think we're ready.
Now open, you may be seated.
All right, so Mr. Clerk, you say counsel wants to see me?
They did, Your Honor.
Okay. Why don't I see counsel at sidebar?
You were right. You were right. Who's got the sidebar sound effect? Let's go ahead and fire that one off. Exclamation point sidebar. I haven't seen it. Nobody's typed it. There it is. Bud Dial got it. Is it working? What was my command for that? What's the command for sidebar? I've got to check. Did I spell it out sidebar? Hang on.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
I spelled it sidebar.
In front of the Walmart.
I need to fix that. It's going to be sidebar.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
Okay, it's now sidebar. B-A-H is the command. So.
Have them send someone with more experience.
I'm sorry. I
was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
I'm not a cat.
All right. If you type sidebar too many times, like if you type it once again and within a minute, it'll say, let's look at the OnlyFan, which we get to do during the sidebar. Quick pan around the courtroom before we go back up to the fan. Looks like most of the regular players are here. I did not see. Do we see the children in that picture, in that shot? Are they somewhere else?
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
I'm going to go back on the replay machine and take a quick gander.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
The kids are not sitting with the O'Keefe family.
Squirrel.
So they might be in another room. Nicole Wise, closer and closer to my pink courthouse. Happy day to everyone. Love you, all right. And Nicole, thank you very much. Congratulations on 18 months of support. That orange courthouse looks great, but yes, you're getting closer and closer to the pink one. We should have counted the sidebars. We should have. Instead, we were counting. Let's see. What were we counting? Let's see if I can get the counter set up. We're counting sirens. Sighs and sirens. Which brings us to 139 is our current count. There we go. Roman ADCC, which I have no idea what that means in Roman numerals, says, woohoo, glad to be here. 18 months. Thank you very much. Virginia says, I missed all the salsa. Every time I looked, you were frozen. The shopping ones were froze, but the actual, if you go back and look at the live stream of the salsa itself, I don't think we even buffered during that time. That was back on our home fiber internet. Much, much better. Roman ADCC, congratulations on the 18 months. Thank you very much.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
I saw a chicken fight.
The witnesses are sequestered, so they're out of the room. I think you're right about that one. They also aren't going to be in there. They won't be streamed, for sure. I wonder if they were filmed. I think LNC had a camera running outside the courthouse as the O'Keefe family was arriving this morning. I wonder if they accidentally filmed them. Brandy is amazing. Great friend. Lover. Hang on. Bathroom remodel going on, so I've got to mute that. It's just going to be a couple bits of noise. But I cannot play her copyright stuff. I would definitely recommend people go listen to it and tell me what they think about the theory. No live tweets during either minor testimony. Is that a new ruling? I did not see that one. Reporters are prohibited from posting the testimony of the minors' lives that happens, but can take notes. Okay, so you know what that means? I realize that the judge is trying to, do great work and protect the kids a little bit here. But what that means is the reporters, who are very good at transcribing everything that happens as it happens, will write it down word for word. And then as soon as the testimony is over, are going to retweet it. And instead of getting a summation of what happened, a few minutes later, we're going to get word for word. Cameras will go off. I'm trying to see if we can get the latest and greatest on that. We're prohibited from posting the testimony of the minors live as it happens, but we can take notes. Guess what? It's a stupid rule. Now, I say that. I am 100% about protecting kids in court. Kids in court, it shouldn't mix. Unfortunately, there are times when it does. But the way that the order has been given, it doesn't protect anything but their image. We're going to get a full transcription of it. Who are you watching on Twitter? Ted Daniels is a good one. You've also got Molly Lion FNC, who's there. A couple of good ones.
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
AC's Wildflower, thanks. Love that. I love that you look around. There's some great creators out there that deserve some watch time and some interaction.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
Lee Bell, this is the thing that the prosecution has to be mindful of. If they called a kid to the stand and that child was a wreck, just like from the get-go, didn't matter what the question was, just the entire experience of testifying in court just seemed to just rattle them. They just spun up and got worse and worse, emotionally speaking. Then there's almost nothing the child can testify to that will leave a good impression about the state going forward. I mean, you get the defense that comes up there and say, you know, we're very sorry. I'm sorry for your loss. You don't want to be here, do you? And they say no, and they say no questions.
All right,
and they win.
please.
Did we just get another sidebar? What just happened? Are we starting with the kids right now? Karen Reed just left. Let's go back on the replay. Hang on. No, she's at the sidebar. Okay. Then going forward. She did. She made a run for it.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Oops. We need I need a clean feed on 7, please. There we go. Here we go. This is what just happened. The sidebar ended. The first sidebar ended, and Karen dropped her stuff and zipped out the door. Lawyers were coming back. Went back up to the fan. So, taking a tiny break. Poor Karen, she's probably still not feeling well. She does have a lot of health issues, and the stress of this can't make it much better. Yeah. All right. So we'll get a little more break here as we wait for trial to begin. Mr. Buchanan was our last witness on the stand, Sergeant Yuri Buchanan, and he spent, I don't know, 3 or 4 days. It seems like forever that he's been on the stand. Definitely the longest witness of the trial so far. And can Karen Reed go home and hop on Zoom? I wonder. It's like, as long as I'm here for the end, for the jury verdict, can I just participate on Zoom? Probably not. I don't think the state would allow that. There's a short recess again. Do you know who's up next? We think the kids. So we're just watching. I'm going to keep an eye on Twitter here and just see. They'll probably tell us that when the kids are up next. So there's no more live streaming for a little bit. Okay. Give me a second. So we're trying to read all of Twitterverse. Teenagers, I think 13, 16 range. Aaron, happy birthday. Missed the birthday song, but it's my birthday today. I can do one verse. Ready? Happy birthday to you. There we go. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Aaron. Happy birthday. That was not a verse. It was just a stanza. That's all you got. One stanza. All right. Wow. Bless you. Whoever just sneezed in my house. Trying to just follow the latest. We've got...
I was told counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
Looking for updates from people who are actually in court. Matt Johnson's in the courtroom today. Matt is with Court TV. So he's there. We've got... Let's see. Katie Benoit. I don't know how to spell it. Benoit. I don't know how to say it. I think she's there. I did see that Ayden picked up 3 additional charges. I don't know what those are for. I mean, I know they're for intimidating a witness, but I don't know what it's referencing, the actual incident. But it sounds like the state's not making his life any easier. Raina, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Christine says LNC put the cameras down and not film the kids with the family arriving today. Okay, I saw them arriving and then saw them pan down, and I was wondering if they got caught on camera for that reason. Welcome to the new members. He did a video last night, said he'd already been charged with them. They just posted, is what I'm saying. They were newly posted. Are we on break already? We are on a short break, just a 5-minute break, and we might have a longer break this morning as well. Which, if we do, we'll probably fill some time with I don't know, Judge Dad.
Counsel wanted to see me at sidebar.
Judge Dad is probably a fun one to jump to this morning. We'll just keep the audio on from court, so as soon as this court does begin, we'll jump back to it. But we'll have something to watch for those who need a little noise in the background. They're the same charges, but in a different jurisdiction, apparently. Not additional, same charges as before, just an indictment happened. So it's a new grand jury? Wouldn't more charges stem from a grand jury, typically? I think it was formally indicted on the charges. Okay, so it's all the same, nothing new there. That's good to know. I didn't catch that from the news, and of course the news is going to spin it one way or another. But that wasn't clear. When does the taillight arrive? Special K, I just got an update this morning that the taillight won't be here till Saturday. So taillight arrives on Saturday. It's just the outside part of the taillight. We're not going to have the tailgate portion of the taillight, if you know what I mean. There's like the part that was broken. That's they call the outside portion. We have that. But the long part that was not broken, that's the tailgate portion. So we're just getting the outside portion. Pyranator, thank you very much for the kind words. Welcome. Good to have you here. RA doesn't tailgate. That's the moral of the story. Here we go. We're coming back here. We'll have some testimony today, but it just might have an hour or so with kids that are not streamed.
Yea. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, James. So a couple of things. We appreciate your patience this morning. Remember I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar conferences. So we took some time now to address issues that we would have otherwise had to do that way. So we do appreciate your patience. And also I really appreciate your patience and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials things come up that are completely unavoidable, and I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation on this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, can we have our next witness, please?
May I?
Yes.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce 2 clips.
Okay.
First clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the jury is clip 20.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and lost a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
I'm sure.
All right. And now,
All right, Ms. McLaughlin, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbish.
goodbye. Did you hear that? Goodbye. Okay, so here's what we're doing. We'll keep the audio on. During the time that the juvenile is on the stand, the judge has ordered no audio, no video, so we're allowed to show the fan. But instead of just sitting here staring at the fan and wondering what's going on, we're probably going to fill some time with a quick court hop. Now, I have the audio from the only fan running. As soon as court comes back, we will hear it. We won't miss a moment of the trial. We're just not going to sit here and look at the fan the whole day. So as this goes on, and it could be a couple minutes, it could be an hour or two, we're going to do a little court hopping, which will allow us to watch some other trials, some things that are happening around the country, and then that'll fill the time, and it will go by like a breeze. It'll be super quick, and we'll be back in no time. So to do that, let's see if we can find. Let's see. I think Judge Dad was up this morning. Judge Dad has an amazing voice, unless he's yelling at you, and then it's not nearly as fun. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's do that one. Kevin.
All rise. We're just down session on what came down.
Be seated, please. I need my
20 months, Kevin. Congratulations. I'm biased. Why do they cut these clips mid-sentence? Yeah, that's pretty bad, huh? Makes them look like they're hiding something.
Chad Richard Garrett. 25T644555. Your name?
Chad Richard Garrett.
You're charged with failure to pay 213. If I find you didn't pay and your failure to pay was not without your fault, you could be incarcerated for up to 8 days. I'll give you $30 credit per day served. Do you understand that?
Yes, Judge.
Did you sign the advice of rights and read it and understand it?
Yes, Judge.
You plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights, and there will not be a hearing or a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, Judge.
All right. You have the right to a lawyer. I'll be happy to give you one at public expense if you want one. Would you like a lawyer?
No, it's okay.
For the charge you failed to pay 213, how do you plead? You failed to pay? Did you fail to pay?
Yes.
Anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No.
Why didn't you pay this?
Actually, I had a lot going on in Monroe County. And I was beginning.
Do you have the money now, today?
I got like $60 I could pay. There's some kind of payment plan we could do.
Okay, you gotta come talk to me sooner next time. You pay 60 now? Can you pay 50 per week then?
Yeah, that's fine.
Can you or not?
Yes, I can.
Then 50 per week beginning next Monday, can you do it?
Yes, Judge.
Are you sure?
Positive.
If you don't have the money, call the court, we'll go on Zoom, I'll give you an extension, okay? So it's 60 now, 50 per week beginning May the 19th. Okay?
Yep.
If you need more time, what are you gonna do?
get you on Zoom and
Or you can, well, you're gonna call the court and we'll go on Zoom, or you can walk in here on or before the due date at 8:30, okay?
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Good luck. Lisa, I need, if I don't have it, Mr. Persinger's file. Joe, I need Joseph Allen Caressi, 23R, 712054, and I'm gonna need Beth.
This judge is all business. He likes to get things done.
Your name?
Joseph Caressi.
Why weren't you at status review today?
I was nervous for this court hearing right here. I had to go home, be cleaned up, showered.
Charged with failure to submit to twice weekly chemical testing on May 7th of 25. You have 7 prior technical violations. If you plead guilty, your probation could be revoked. You could be incarcerated for up to 93 days with credit for any time served. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Did you sign the advice of rights revocation of probation?
Yes.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights. There will not be a hearing or a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the right to a lawyer. Be happy to give you one at public expense if you want one. Do you want a lawyer? And enter a not guilty plea for you. We'll get you a lawyer today. You'll talk to the lawyer, and then you'll come in and see me, okay?
Okay.
Thanks. I don't need Beth now. Call her off, please. Nicholas J. Horn, 25T 704-225. Your name?
Nicholas Horn.
I put you on probation back on March 25th. Count 1 is attempt R&O, which is a 1 year, and then you have count 2, a disorderly person charge. I ordered you to refrain from consuming alcohol, and I have a charge here that alleges that you failed to refrain. I'm gonna need another one of these probation violation sheets. Failed to refrain from consuming alcohol, testing positive on a sober link on April 24 of 25 to the tune of .029. If you plead guilty, or if you're found guilty, this would be a first violation. You could receive 5 days on this. Do you understand that? Did you sign, read, and understand the advice of rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights, and there will not be a hearing or a trial. Do you understand that? All right. Now, you have the right to a lawyer. I'll be happy to give you one at public expense. Would you like a lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna enter a not guilty plea for you. I'm gonna let you go talk to a lawyer, and then you're gonna come in and find me, okay? All right, good luck. People against Eckert. Luke Michael Eckert. Two 5W838357. I have to go off of YouTube.
And just like that, he had to go off of YouTube for this one. So no more YouTube for this for a little bit. He'll come back probably in a little bit. Let's see. Is he back? He's back live. So we were a little bit behind, but let's jump back to him.
That's right.
I do all the training.
Okay. So that's what I'm doing, and I'm rescheduling this. Now, Lisa, why don't you give me another date?
This is live.
I'll just make a note. Defendant appeared intoxicated. Court added bond condition of no alcohol or controlled substances. And again, it's not my practice to order no alcohol if it doesn't have anything to do with this incident. But in this case now, you've shown up here, you're drunk. You can tell me all you want.
She showed up drunk. Hang on.
May 22nd at 11.
May 22nd at 11.
I'm going to back this one up.
No alcohol, no marijuana, no controlled substances.
Let's give...
Hearing, but I'm adding... Unovich has been... alcohol.
Okay, here we go. We want. Here she
Your
goes.
name?
Lauren Cummins?
I'm not going to ask if he drove here. Do you have a valid license?
Yes.
Do you drive?
Yes.
You still drive?
Yes.
I'm going to assume you drove him.
Yes.
All right.
You drove here?
Now, this is problematic for me because I could lock him up right now, probably should. Under what authority? Nah, I don't really know if I have any, to be honest with you. I didn't order him not to consume alcohol. I'm not going to make my own rules. But I have a concern here when I got somebody who's legally intoxicated. Bring the victim in.
Okay.
Just let me finish here.
I know she's the one that stumbled up to the podium. And she said she drove here.
Your name, ma'am? Ma'am, what's your name, please?
Danielle Lawler?
So I have concerns here. I can't go into it except to say that Mr. Makunovich has been drinking. He's still legally intoxicated as of this point.
Wow.
I'm going to set this for another hearing date. I'm not going to go on and deal with a case where somebody's intoxicated. But I'm really concerned. Ma'am, just relax. Just relax. I'm talking about you, Mrs. What's your name again?
McCunnich.
What's your first name?
Lori.
So I hope no alcohol is a condition of your bond.
No.
No illegal drugs. No marijuana. I'm not going to even arraign you right now. I'm just telling you, I'm going to set this for a hearing, but I'm adding a bond condition. I suppose I could get you a lawyer, but I'm not locking you up, and I'm not going to set a cash bond. But no alcohol, no controlled substances, no marijuana. You're to continue to comply with all terms and conditions of probation.
Yes.
Now,
don't show up to court drunk.
I worry about this. Ma'am, you're going to drive home?
Yes.
I have your word on that.
Yes.
If I see him or I have a court officer tell me that he's driving out of the parking lot, I will call the police. Stop, Mr. Makunovich, stop. Do you work today?
I took off work today.
Is that true, ma'am?
Yes, he's not.
So you're not going out of the house, right?
Just gonna stay home and.
I do all the driving.
Okay. So that's what I'm doing, and I'm rescheduling this. Now, Lisa, why don't you give me another date? I'll just make a note. Defendant appeared intoxicated. Court added bond condition of no alcohol or controlled substances. And again, it's not my practice to order no alcohol if it doesn't have anything to do with this incident. But in this case now, you've shown up here, you're drunk. You can tell me all you want.
May 22nd at 11.
May 22nd at 11. No alcohol, no marijuana, no controlled substances. But this is a big alarm, I hope, for you, sir, because if you're showing up and you were drinking to the tune of a 2.6, the overwhelming majority of people would be vomiting long before that, okay? Or at least very ill, so that's what I'll do. Ma'am, is that date good with you? Sure, May 26th, you said, Lisa?
May 22nd.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What day of the week is that?
That's a week from tomorrow, so that would be next Thursday.
Yeah.
At 8:30, Lisa?
11.
Oh, at 11. Okay? I have your word, you're driving.
Yes. I see. I'm driving.
Okay. Do not go out and drive a motor vehicle, sir. Good luck. Thank you. Thanks, man. Go down the hall. We're going to give you a notice, too, and we're going to give you a notice, sir. Abigail Gideon. Abigail Nicole Gideon. 25W838-533. Your name?
Because I didn't back it up far enough to see.
Sorry, I didn't realize you were back there still. My apology. Okay, come on up to the podium. Can you turn that podium toward me, please? There you go. Your name?
Abigail Nicole Gideon.
You met with a prosecutor and you're going to plead guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive with the suspended to be dismissed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
If you do that, the possible penalties here are up to $500 in fines, 90 days jail costs, or all those. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign, read, and understand an advice of rights form here today?
Yes, sir.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights, and there will not be a hearing or a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You, again, have the right to a lawyer. If you cannot afford one, I will appoint you one. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you want a lawyer?
No.
To the charge of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Were you, in fact, in control of a 2009 Mercury Silver in color that was being operated on Allen or Breland and Woodhaven, April 28 of 25?
Yes, sir.
Did you allow somebody to drive that was unlicensed, and was that you?
Yes.
And are you on probation or parole?
I'm on probation.
For what?
Drunk driving in last year. My release date's June 9th.
Who were you in front of? Who's your judge?
Southgate.
Do you understand by pleading guilty here? I'm just telling you, this would be deemed a violation of that probation. That probation could be revoked. And you could be incarcerated on that charge as a result of this plea and conviction. Do you understand that?
Yes, I let my probation.
I don't need to know any of that. I want you to understand what I just said though. Do you?
I do.
You still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
Anybody force you to plead guilty?
No.
Okay, I'm going to accept your plea, dismiss the suspend. I'm ready to sentence you. Anything you'd like to say?
No, sir.
Okay, you have to go back and get a valid license at some point.
Yes. I've walked down 9 months of my probation with no problems. All my drug tests are clean. I work every day, 6 days out of the week. So
What do you do?
I'm in healthcare.
Good. 100 fines, 110 costs, 75 victims' rights, $50 justice assessment, 335 or 90 days. Can you pay that today?
I can pay $200 today.
And then when can you pay the rest?
I get paid bi-weekly.
I'll just make it May 31. Is that good?
Yes.
Can you pay the balance by then?
What is the full cost?
335. So if you pay 200 today, you have to pay 135 more by May the 31st.
Oh, I can do 300 today. I'm sorry. I've added that up wrong in my head.
Okay, 300 today, the balance by May 31 I'll still give you, okay?
Yes, sir.
If you need more time because you don't have the last $35, call the court. We'll go on Zoom or come in here on or before the due date. They'll give you an extension. I wish you well.
Thank you.
Good
Do
luck.
I pay here?
Yeah, right down the end of the hall to the cashier. Shauna Lisette Johnson, 214-643-302. How you doing, Ms. Johnson?
Okay, how are you?
Pretty good. Come on up here if you would, please. Your name?
Shauna Johnson.
All right, okay. You want a lawyer?
No.
Yes.
You're charged with 2 violations of probation. You sure you don't want a lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I mean, I'm right?
You're correct.
Okay. You're charged with failure to attend your scheduled probation visit on April 17 and again on April 24. You don't have any technical violations now. If you pled guilty or if you plead guilty, you could get 10 days on this. Do you understand that? I don't want to make you panic. I just have to tell everybody the maximum sentences. That's the most I could give you. I have to tell you that. If you had an expired license, I'd have to tell you could get 90 days. So I don't want you to lose, to panic here, okay? So do you understand what I said?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, did you sign, read, and understand the advice of rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
You plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights, and there will not be a hearing or a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, now, you still wish to waive your right to a lawyer.
Yes, Your Honor.
To the charge, you failed to attend your scheduled probation visit on April 17 of 25. How do you plead?
Guilty?
Did you fail to attend your probation visit on that day?
We'll be
Yes.
back. There's just children testifying, so the
Is the
feed is
count
turned
two
off.
that you failed to attend your probation visit on April 24th? How do you plead?
Guilty?
Did you fail to attend on that day?
Yes.
Anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No.
Okay, I'll accept your plea. I'm gonna get Ms. Tassino over here. I'm gonna go on to another case. And we're gonna call her and I'll be right back with you, okay?
Should I sit down?
Yes, and I'll be right with you, okay?
Okay.
And I wanna take that one with you after this little speeding ticket. Is your case ready, sir, the interpreter?
Yes.
Good. Can you tell, which case is that? Is it Hernandez?
Yes.
Okay, I'll call that next.
Judge, Mr. Mahdi's ready also.
Yeah, I saw. Maman Jamal Ahmed, 25W3785A and B. Good morning, counsel. How are you?
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good. Your appearance?
Zach Ahmad, on behalf of Mr. Ahmad.
All right, so you worked with the prosecutor. You're going to plead to 5 over on his behalf.
Samsung.
And
with the flag.
Let's see.
Holy cow.
They're going to dismiss the no insurance, right?
Correct.
All right. And they're also going to dismiss the failure to yield, right?
Correct.
All right, to that charge of 5 over, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
I'll accept the plea, dismiss the failure to yield, dismiss the no insurance, fines cost $200, and I'll give him until the 21st to pay that, okay? And that's
Thank you, Your
on
Honor.
file A. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is in Michigan.
Against, Hernandez.
We're not in the South. We're in Michigan.
Yormi, Miguel, Hernandez Boulevard, 25W838-353A and B. Do I have a lawyer here on this one?
No, Your Honor.
We don't, do we? Okay, your name? How are you? All right, and you are a certified interpreter in what language?
Spanish.
All right. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that you'll make a true and accurate translation between the court and the parties.
I do.
All right, Mr. Hernandez, state your name, please.
Jorge Miguel Hernández Bolívar.
All right, good morning. You're charged with driving on a suspended.
Look at this guy with the
If you want,
Samsung.
I will give you a lawyer to represent
He's got
you.
the rebel flag there.
Do you want a lawyer?
It's
No.
it's not politically
Okay.
acceptable anymore.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We'll get your case. I'm gonna ask you to take the child out in the hallway. We'll call you when your case is. You are charged with driving on a suspended. This allegedly occurred on West Road, near Allen and Woodhaven, April 14 of 25, at 11:28 in the morning. That is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 500 fines, 93 days jail. Court costs are all those in 2 points. You understand that? Did the interpreter read you, or did you read the advice of rights in Spanish here?
Yes.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights, and there will not be a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You still wish to waive your right to a lawyer.
no porque lo que necesito es pagar la multa y la licencia la tengo suspendida por una multa que no deja el ticket.
Hang on a second. What's he saying?
No, I just would like to pay a ticket.
Okay.
My driver license is suspended because I didn't pay a ticket.
Okay, good enough. So I want to make sure of something. Tell him that. I do not know. I do not want to know whether he is, and tell him not to say anything. I want him to hear me out. I want to make sure he understands there could be, if he's not a legalized citizen, that there could be immigration consequences as a result of this plea. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you still wish to proceed without a lawyer? Okay. I am going to enter a not guilty plea. I'm going to give you a $500 personal bond. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court. You cannot violate a law. You must appear in court as directed. Do you understand all that?
The judge looks right at the camera.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to send you to the prosecutor with the interpreter. You can negotiate this with the city attorney, and then you'll come back in front of me. And by the way, you also have a civil infraction charge of no insurance. Do you understand that? Okay? Any questions?
No.
All right, good luck. Shauna Lizette Johnson, 242-643-302. Your name is Sino? Johnson, what guilty to both counts. Ms. Johnson, come on up to the podium again and tell me your name if you would, please.
Shauna Johnson.
All right, you still wish to proceed without a lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. How's she doing besides missing these appointments?
Otherwise, she's doing well. I was gonna talk to her. She needs to put the court on her release for her treatment just so we get her attendance reports. But other than that, things are good.
Why did you miss twice, Shauna?
So when I'm at home, I really zone out, and days go by, I don't realize the amount of time. I talked to my mom, I'm gonna give, Ms. Dicino my mom's phone number and email so my mom can,
She can't really talk direct to your mom. I'd really rather that you give the information to your mom, okay?
Okay.
So if she emails you, you can tell your mom, Mom, make sure that I get here, okay?
Okay.
You're doing your mental health treatment?
Yes, I met a really nice psychiatrist.
Good. Are you doing better?
Yes.
You seem better. Okay? I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let this go. Okay? If you're progressing, and it sounds like you are, and she is, right?
I have to get the release, but it sounds like it, yeah. They were limited on what they could tell me.
Sign the release so we can get your records. I'm gonna let it go. I'm not gonna assess any costs. I'll simply, let's just get you in order where your mom can help you out here, okay? And she can get you to these appointments or remind you to get to these appointments.
Yes.
I'll keep you on probation, no fines, no costs. Sign the release and we'll go from there, all right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, keep doing what you're doing. You seem a lot better to me.
I feel better.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Smile. Can I see you smile?
Yeah,
All right,
thank
good
you.
luck. Thanks.
That's
People
an
against
order.
Augustinus.
Smile.
Wendy K. Augustinus. That's the one we need to get from the outside, if you want to call Will or what have you.
If you come in here and are truthful to the judge and you're making an effort, he's not going to stick it to you. Look at the back of his chair. It's so torn up. If he goes forward, you'll see it's really ripped up.
96-50.
We do have a kid in court.
All right. People against Augustinus. Wendy K. Augustinus, 5W83776. Your name?
Wendy K. Augustinus.
All right, so counsel, your appearance on this.
Your Honor, Josh West appearing on behalf of the City of Woodhaven.
So we're just going to plead her to the municipal civil infraction under 96-50 with agreed upon fines and costs of $250. The two of you agreed upon, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the misdemeanor will be dismissed, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that what you want to do? You're all set. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
To that charge of violation of municipal civil infraction code section 96-50 of the Woodhaven Code of Ordinances, how do you plead? Responsible?
Yes.
Ma'am, I want to talk to you a second. Why isn't the child getting to school? How many times and I don't want you to mention any names. I don't want you to mention names. Hold your child, and why isn't he getting to school?
He's 9.
Why isn't he getting to school?
He was sick, very sick. He has an inhaler now.
Was he in the hospital?
No.
How many times has he missed?
I believe it was 18, 3 over. I have notes.
To me, that's a bad thing to say to me, because to me, 3 absences is 3 too many unless they're sick.
I believed him also.
Pardon?
He was probably not as sick as he claimed to be.
We'll make sure, because you know what? Back when Abraham Lincoln was alive, I don't think they needed high school diplomas. We do now, or we don't have a chance. I mean, I don't know anybody that succeeds that doesn't have a high school diploma. So let's make sure he gets in school, okay? I'll accept the plea. Fines cost $250. The original charge is dismissed, okay?
Okay.
Can you pay that now?
Yes, I can.
I wish you well. Good luck. Keep the child in school, though, please.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Where is, let's see here. Branch. Corey Wayne Branch, 25W838565A and B. All right. Good morning again, Mr. Baldwin.
And good morning to you as well, Judge. Attorney Mike Baldwin, House Counsel, 65417 on behalf of Mr. Branch, sir. State your legal name, please. Judge,
so does he stand mute, wait formal reading?
He does.
And then we're going to have a plea here to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and impeding traffic, and the no insurance will be dismissed, as well as the drive while unlicensed, right?
That is correct, Judge.
All right. So, sir, if you plead to impeding, that's on count 2, the no insurance, that's 0 points. I'm going to fine you. If you plead to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, that's not getting reported. I'm dismissing the drive while unlicensed. The possible penalties on this charge are up to 500 fines, 90 days jail, costs are all those. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign, read, and understand the advice of rights?
Yes, sir.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights, and there will be no hearing or trial. Do you understand that?
Flag guy's coming back. He's coming back.
All right. To the charge of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, how do you plead?
Guilty.
On April 27 of 25, were you in control of a 1997 Ford that was being operated on King, New Allen, and Woodhaven?
Yes, sir.
Did you allow somebody to drive that was unlicensed, and was that you?
Yes, sir.
Are you licensed? You been licensed at all?
Judge, there's a reciprocity in Tennessee where my client has a lawyer working out something dealing with insurance suspension in Tennessee. And it appears that once that reciprocity issue is resolved, it appears he's clear for his driving.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
To the charge of impeding traffic, how do you plead? Responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
I'll accept the plea to allowing the licensed driver to drive, accept the plea to impeding, dismiss the drive while unlicensed, and dismiss the no insurance. You ready, counsel, for sentence?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, what would you like to say?
Thank you, Judge. We all have our story to tell the court regarding our driving privileges. Mr. Branch, his mother's vehicle broke down. It was sitting on a road system for about 2 weeks, a dirt road. Mr. Branch went out, identified a brake line issue, thought he had it fixed. His objective was to drive it back to his mother's place, and in doing so, to test it out to make sure that It was in good mechanical order for his mother. He did lose brakes because it was not the line. He did impede the flow of traffic by having to make a quick defensive maneuver, and lo and behold, there was a police officer right behind that saw it, and that's what triggered the stop. So I explained to Mr. Branch that today the prosecutor and the defense and the court are all working in conjunction to make sure that this is resolved so that he can get this driving issue taken care of out of Tennessee and get his driving privilege.
Yeah, you gotta have your license. You've been driving around here for 3-4 years at least without a license.
Last time I drove, Your Honor, was the last time I seen you.
Well,
That was a little.
23. All right, anything else?
No, but in 23, he didn't know what was going on in Tennessee, and then he figured it out, and he actually believes that they're going to have a resolution this week in Tennessee with the attorney.
Yes, sir. I paid thousands of dollars to get this back. I paid everything up. I have a license number down there I could give, just to show. I'm just waiting on Secretary of State here, waiting on him to send a letter here to Secretary of State that lets me know what's going on here.
All right, 100 fines, 150 costs, 75 victims' rights, $50 justice assessment, 40 in attorney fees. Well, no, I'm not going to charge attorney fees. This has only been a single appearance, my mistake. So your total here is $375 or 90 days on the allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, and $100. I'm going to charge you on the impeding traffic $160. So your total here amounts to $535. Can you pay all that?
Not today, Your Honor.
How much can you pay today?
Nothing right now. I put all my money in.
Can you pay the impeding by May 31?
I should be able to. I'll call up now.
Call the court, we'll go on Zoom, I'll be glad to give you an extension, or you come in here on it before the due date. So you pay that one by May 31, and I'm gonna give you until June 21 to pay the extra $375 on the allowing unlicensed driver to drive. You don't have the money? Call the court, we'll go on Zoom, or come in here on it before the due date. Just don't ignore me, I hate that, okay? Good luck, thank you. People against, Paula Simone Pitts, I'm sorry. I have to keep.
It looks
4B146-982A and B.
It does look like it's typed as a P on the file.
Counsel, if this isn't resolved in it, I'm setting it for trial.
I understand. Thank you. For the record, House Counsel, on behalf of Ms.
Your name?
You just state it.
Your name?
Paula Simone Pitts.
So, Judge.
And I apologize. He's right. It looks like a P, and I apologize to you. It really does. So at any rate, what are we doing here?
Thank you, Judge. So we have a payment resolution worked out on the.
I'm not worried about that. I want to resolve the misdemeanor.
So what we need to find out is in 2015, she had a controlled substance matter that was not affiliated with driving as far as we can tell. And the prosecutor and I both feel that it would be.
Her license is expired.
Correct. And I think it's because that 2015 has not been resolved because that suspension entered because there was a controlled substance adjudication of some sort, which triggered an abstract to the Secretary of State during that era when the Secretary of State would suspend a license on a drug possession case, regardless of driving. What we're asking the court to do is to allow a brief adjournment so that.
She's already had adjournments. I mean, I don't want to, I'm sorry. I'm not going to do that. I'll set it for jury trial. I'll set it for bench trial.
That's fine. And then
but it's been going on since October, and she's had multiple court appearances, and then she didn't show up a couple times. I'll be happy to do whatever you want if you want to set it for jury or bench.
Can we set it for a bench with a final pretrial, Your Honor?
I'm not putting it out that long. I'm telling you right now, it's been going on too long.
I want my client to go to the Secretary of State and pull a tab and ask questions about what she needs to do to make sure that she gets her driving privileges, her clearances, so that we know how to address the ticket.
Got the only fan up in the top corner to show you the.
Even if we just get a week, I just want her to go to Secretary.
Well, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, but if there's going to be a waiver, let's do the waiver. I'll work out a payment plan with her on the expired plate.
And we'll do a bench waiver.
If that's what you guys want to do.
And then, okay, let's do it that way.
I don't have a, look.
You want to keep it on the docket. And
correct. And I'll set up a payment plan with her on the expired plate.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, and then we have a resolution on that. She would like to make.
Well, we'll talk about that when you figure out what you're doing with the other
Yes,
one,
Judge.
okay?
Yes, okay, thanks.
All right,
I'll
thanks.
take care of that. Yes. Oh, wait, there also.
He wants an attorney.
I got it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Where's Mr. Caressi's file?
We're still waiting for the guy with the flag to come back.
Who is your,
I can
was
explain
that your lawyer, the gentleman that was
flag.
just in front of me?
No, Mr. Crawford.
Okay.
If he takes a break, I'll explain the flag. Oh, we're making a call.
Attorney Crawford. We're ready to go on Caressi, counsel, if you're ready. If not, I'm going to get off the bench.
I'll come in right now, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect. We need the file.
Wait for just a minute. The flag in the background that shows up behind the Samsung user is referred to as the Union flag. It is part of United States history. Specifically, it's from the Civil War period, 1861 to 1865, roughly about that time period. About a 5-year war fought internally, the North against the South. The war.
What are you in the back here? What case do you have?
Me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Horn, Horn.
How about you guys?
I'm Goltowski, Mandy.
Okay.
What are you doing in my courtroom? Anyway, the South wanted to preserve their states' rights, which included slavery. Slavery was a big portion of their agriculture. It's how they ran the cotton fields and the tobacco fields and everything else. The North was more against slavery.
5 minutes, okay?
And
Thanks.
so,
stay seated.
Judge will be back in. And so, a very. There's our flag guy right there.
Mr. Garrett, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Did you speak with the attorney in the breakout room?
No, it kept freezing.
Okay, yeah, you keep freezing. I keep losing your connection.
Yeah, I'm out by the mountains, so it keeps going in and out.
Okay, let me see if I can get him back on, okay?
All right, thank you.
Yep.
The South flag was the one that was behind Mr. Garrett there. And that flag, they lost the Civil War. They lost. The Northern states won. And so the Union flag became the United States flag, whereas up until that point, each side sort of had
Mr.
their own
Crawford?
flag.
Yes.
Matthew Garrett is on Zoom,
Okay.
just so you know.
Garrett is on Zoom. Thank you.
Yep. You're welcome.
Confederate, not Union flag. The Union flag was the flag from the North, which has evolved over time as we added more states to the Union, and it is now the stars and stripes that we know, with the 13 stripes and the 50 stars. The flag has the flag from the South. The Confederate flag. Did I say Union flag? I'm sorry, I'm conflating the two. The flag from the South has been adopted, I guess you could say, by groups that that typically are how do you say this? That either want to go back to slavery or are often viewed as racist. It's become sort of like a social pariah. It's a no-no. It's not popular. But in the South, and I saw this driving to Florida, there are areas where gigantic flags. You know, that flag is flown and people present it. I've had the opportunity to talk to people who fly that flag, and not all of them are somebody who's like, I'm just a racist. That's why I fly the flag. That's a generalization. A lot of people are proud of their history and proud that they had ancestors who died and fought for the South. Aside from the slavery issue, so that it's an interesting topic because a lot of people look at that and see that it's just that it's just wrong. But I know a lot of good people who just love their ancestry going back and don't have any slavery association with it at all. So Pickles, not politics, but basically we've got Mr. Garrett, who's going to be on Zoom, who has that flag in the background, and it's become a no-no. Possibly more so, obviously some because of what the South fought for during the Civil War, but also more so because of some of the groups nowadays that adopt that flag. So, Pickles all the way. There we go. That was just a brief understanding for those who are possibly not familiar with the U.S. history. We do have some international people watching. It doesn't belong to the groups. They've adopted it. It was a part of history, and there are a lot of people who like the flag just because of the history, and not necessarily the pro-slavery aspect which it represented. Yeah, the Dukes of Hazzard had that on their car, the TV show. It was a state flag up until recently. It's become politics. It's become politics. I guess it started out politics as well, but there's a part of history where, I don't believe in erasing history that we don't agree with, because if we don't learn from our past, we're doomed to repeat it. So I don't believe in just tearing out pages out of history books because I don't like that part of history, whether we're for or against it. But pickles, pickles, pickles. Yeah, I'm not trying to start any sort of political or commentary. I just wanted more information. The flag behind the judge is the traditional U.S. flag. That's the formal version with the gold fringe. That means it's Admiralty Court. Just kidding. That's a joke. But typically a state will display the U.S. flag and the state flag, which we have there, which is Michigan's. The blue with gold fringe is the Michigan state flag. What, are we seriously getting music? Maybe it's a train horn? Not sure what that was. I'd like to address subject matter jurisdiction. I hear the song in my head, Maddie. 50 nifty United States from 13 original colonies. Becky Hill has been arrested and charged. It sounded like a meditation bowl or like a kettle drum or something. It sounded pretty cool, like a bell. We're keeping the court cool with the big fan. Looks like they could use it. We know the children's testimonies, even though we can't see or hear them. We will. Here's the rule. I believe Matt from Court TV said the court in the Karen retrial actually handed out notepads and pens to all the reporters and said, all electronics off. They don't want anyone to live tweet anything, live report anything that's happening. Obviously, it can't be recorded, can't be broadcast, either audio or video. So right now we do have juveniles on the stand who are testifying, but the reporters, who are very good at taking notes, that's what they do for their job, are allowed to write down everything they want. And as soon as the testimony is over, they can tweet anything they want. So we're probably going to hear the gist of any juvenile testimony. It'll just be delayed, and it will come in as court proceeds or as we get the next break. Hey, Mrs. R.A., how are you doing? Kids are putting up the furring strips, I guess they're like shims for drywall, furring strips behind the shower. About to hang the drywall in the shower here probably in this week. So making some good progress. Cheryl Ann says, I agree with the way Bev is handling the testimony of the children. Handling it. They've been through enough without being subjected to press more. This is pretty standard for most courts when it comes to juveniles. There are actually some courts that will allow any subpoenaed witness, aside from law enforcement. If you work for the medical examiner's office, or if you're an investigator or a detective or something, you can't do this. But any other subpoenaed witness, just a regular citizen, if they choose, they can request that they not be filmed or recorded for broadcast. And so some courts even go that far, where it's almost always mandatory that a child is not broadcast. So. Hustlong till acquittal. We don't know. We don't know at this point if the children want to testify or not. It could be that they say, I have something to say and I want to testify. It's not likely, in my opinion, because it's scary for adults, let alone kids. The judge asked the guy to show up, and then he zipped out of court. Yes, he did. He said, I'll be right there. He's like, see ya. Virginia, there's an argument to be had here, because even when a child testifies in court, the court is open to the public, with a few exceptions. There are some situations in extreme cases where the child's a victim and things like that the judge might order everybody out and not have it open to the public. I'm a firm believer of, if it's open to the public, we're the public, and just because we're not there in person doesn't mean we shouldn't be able to see. I realize that's a strong stance. Most states limit that in some way, or judges limit that. But I love the transparency of courts. I think it helps the system to be that transparent. Cheryl Ann, I think you're correct. The girl might have a little more testimony. She's the first witness up. We think this is still what's going on right now. We are not sure. As the judge has ordered no tweeting, no texting. People around my little town are posting pictures of the new lakes they have in their neighborhood because it's rained so much the last couple of days. There's standing water on everyone's lawns, literally standing water. The water table is at ground level right now. And it's funny. Lawyer's like, I rushed down here and the judge is gone. We're waiting here. Haven't had rain for 2 months. Let me do a quick check. Let's see if AI can help me out here.
I'm not helping you.
All right, just checking on the weather to see how much rain we've had.
One time I worked out 10 years. I used to make it one time, smack in the middle. I go over to bed, I went to really.
Okay. Rainfall total.
Still got some.
Yesterday we got 2 inches. Okay, so May 12th we got 1 inch. Yesterday we got 2 inches, and today we've got 3/4 of an inch. So that's 1, 3, almost 4 inches of rain in the last 4 days. It's a lot of water. We're in the coastal plains area of North Carolina, so we're not by the ocean. I'm only 60 feet above sea level. My house is.
Salif Wilson Townsend? Is that you, ma'am? Okay. Do you have a lawyer representing you? I'm the prosecutor. Do you want to represent yourself then? You want to request a lawyer to represent you? Okay. When the court officer comes out, we'll let him know. Okay. Sure, yeah.
My house.
Just remember, I'm the prosecutor, so. Okay.
I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy. Doo 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 doo. Little Billie Eilish there. My house has never flooded as far as inside because it's built on elevated brick walls that go that deep down in the ground. But sump pump is working overtime. It definitely is, and it will for the next week as the water level slowly drops. We have some stronger storms coming through the Triad at the moment. Nice. Triad being the Raleigh, Durham area. Makes a little triangle. There's what's Raleigh, Durham, and what's the last city? I can never remember the last one. Charlotte? Greensboro? No. Winston-Salem. It sounds like Winston-Salem. Raleigh, Durham, Winston-Salem. There's like, it's a tech triangle is what it is. It's the area in North Carolina that's all the high-tech businesses go to. I mean, Fortnite is based out of that area. I just lost power. Why? That's strange. My button broke. So my laptop that runs my Stream Deck is not working. That gets rid of 36 really useful buttons. Staple 2 to the wood, staple 2 to the next two, just until you're done. We've got thousands. That's good. All right, Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill. All right. I think my laptop has died, like, for the last time. I'm going to power in on the other side. See if that works. The battery died, I think. You know how this goes. How much is that laptop? It's powering on. It's just, for some reason, it wasn't charging when I opened it this morning, so it used up all the battery, and that died. So we're trying to bring it back right now. Navia, you don't want to know how much they cost. Who on the internet today? My job here in the middle part of NC has been without internet all morning. I'm so bored, says Kate. We're waiting for the judge here, and we're sort of bored, but we want to see what happens with Matt, the flag guy. See what he's in for. Thought it was Wake Forest, not Winston-Salem. I know it's Raleigh and Durham. Yes, it is named after Sir Walter Raleigh. Chris wants to know what we're watching. We're watching Judge Dad's Court, and we're watching The Fan in the top left-hand corner. The Fan is from our trial up in Massachusetts. That is Karen Reed, and currently in the Karen Reed trial, some juveniles are testifying, which we're not allowed to hear or see. So until they are done testifying, we're just going to keep seeing The Fan. This could be an hour or so. But we've got two juveniles who will be testifying probably back-to-back. And once they're done, court will resume with testimony that will be broadcast and we'll be able to watch. Okay. Okay, we're starting up the laptop again. Wish me luck. Do you think we'll get some intel on how that testimony went? Stacy, yes. Oh, we're back. Guess we're back. We're back right here. Back here. Hold up. We're done with the juvenile testimony. We are back with Karen Reed. That was fast. That was much faster than anticipated.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
My name is Zachary Clark. My last name is spelled C-L-A-R-K.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a sergeant with the state police, sir.
And how long in total have you worked for the Mass State Police?
Approximately 7 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work?
I currently work for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
In the detective unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long or when did you begin working with the Norfolk County SPDU?
February of 2023.
And you're a sergeant currently within the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you initially joined the Massachusetts State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And can you please describe to the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
Yes. I attended the 83rd RTT, or Recruit Training Troop, with the state police, hosted in New Braintree. It's approximately 6 to 7 months in duration. It included criminal law, criminal procedure, motor vehicle law, defensive tactics, emergency vehicle operations, etc.
Now, when you initially joined the state police, where were you assigned?
I was originally assigned to the State Police Sturbridge Barracks, or C5.
And how long were you at the Sturbridge Barracks at C5?
Approximately 2 years.
And where did you go from there?
This is Mr. Lally.
From there, I transferred to the Crime Scene Services section in 2020, and I spent 3 years in that unit.
And what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services section?
Upon entry to that unit, troopers assigned are put through an in-house training program hosted by the state police. It's the lion's share of a year. Begins with the history of the study of fingerprints, biology, morphology. It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The Crime Scene Services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton.
Buttons are back.
The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe to the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
The main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape we placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, are more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snow banks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with
Footwear and
certain
tires?
spots of grass showing.
And tires?
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant Clark, I'm going to give you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
This is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
All right. Call most seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
Okay. Oh, that'll come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So that's Yannetti that's going to cross him?
133?
Lally versus Yannetti on this witness.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos for the jury.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness just
Yes.
briefly? Your Honor, I'm presenting you with 3 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in each of those 3 photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those 3 photographs, in general?
I would describe these as mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I call to seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits?
All right, well, I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC?
Please, yes.
Yes.
Exhibits 134A through 134C.
Thank you.
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign. And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading.
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
It's either 12,000 miles or...
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617.
126. I'm thinking it's 12,000 miles. It's a newer car.
And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with the what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Yannetti?
Yannetti comes up.
Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022?
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the Crime Scene Services section?
That's correct.
And that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes.
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
You can't say he got demoted, apparently. Yeah, Tully took a hit. Proctor took a hit. Buchanan lost 5 vacation days. Because he only acknowledged the text. So Yannetti's getting his hand smacked because he said some things that he wasn't supposed to say. We'll see if it's going to be allowed in through a different witness. The judge has said twice now that's not properly before you through this witness, meaning there would be another one that would be more appropriate if that witness is allowed in. Bite me. No, there's a million different taillight videos. I'm going to make one of my own as well. My taillight arrives on Saturday. I'm going to keep it in the freezer, by the way. I think that's the right place to keep a taillight. It's in the freezer. So we'll probably have to eat the turkey, put the taillight in the turkey's place. It'll be good. That reminded me to acknowledge this video. Thank you for acknowledging this video. The thumbs up button is the proper way to acknowledge that you are in fact watching the video. That's all it means. Just acknowledge. Turkey and salsa. The siren's here. It's not in court.
Okay, so going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station?
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Objection.
Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware, when you were called out on this case, that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there?
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that?
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family? Will you approach?
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
It's foundational.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained injuries, I'm going to ask you to strike that question, disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Mr. Yannetti, did Michael Albert reveal to you that he drank alcohol in his cruiser with him? That would be socializing. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I need to be seen at sidebar. Josh, thank you. You sent me something. I haven't seen it yet. I'm following. Sorry, there. All right, they're pounding away on the keyboard. We do have some information about the niece that testified in court. Thank you, Josh. I've got a couple different takes on this on Twitter. Ted Daniels, the one Josh sent me just for a few minutes ago. The restrictions are now lifted, so media can now talk about this. The prosecution did not call the nephew, so it was just the niece. She testified that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe's relationship deteriorated after the New Year's Aruba trip. She says, "I remember hearing him say the relationship was good, but it had run its course. She was very upset by it. She was yelling louder than JJ." She said that Karen Reed woke her at 4:30 a.m. on 129.
A good time to take our morning recess. We'll see you in about 20 minutes. And Sergeant, you can just follow up.
All right. With that, we're taking a little break. We're going to keep reading what happened from the niece here to you. The niece also testified that the defendant came into my room. She told me my uncle never came home. She was very frantic. The defendant was asking what could have happened and asking, could I have done something? Got hit by a plow. Later that same day at One Meadows, she, Karen Reed, just said to myself and to my grandfather that she thought she was living in a nightmare. On cross, Denise told David Yannetti, so there was cross, that Karen Reed watched her play sports, took her to visit a private school, and helped plan her birthday in 2021. So that was the highlights via Ted Daniels of the testimony there. Right now, I want to go back and watch just a little bit of what led us to this little break because, wow, what a doozy. What a doozy this was. Give me a second to get the sound going the right place so you can hear it. Sound is going to go to Blackmagic. Okay. All right. Wait for it. Now it's frozen. Why would it be frozen? There we go. We're going to listen to this little exchange between Yannetti and this witness, Mr. Clark. So
approach.
Oh, that's the approach.
The next area and see if you can come back.
We're going to go back before that one.
With Michael Proctor, correct?
Okay. He's asking about the Michael Proctor part.
You conducted that interview along with
This
Michael
is the Colin
Proctor,
Albert
correct?
interview.
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
So he says he's the case officer, but he also gives the yes, which is basically saying, yeah, that's the same thing. We call it case officer. You know, he thinks that over, decides not to pursue the why won't you call him lead, goes on to the next question.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Okay, so here's the first question. Had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family? Objection sustained. You know, he asked to approach.
The next area, and see if you can come back.
The judge instead tells him to go on to your next question, see if you can come back to it, meaning the foundation isn't laid for that yet in this with this witness.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol together in his cruiser? The reason why this is so hilariously funny, other than the fact that it's true, is that if you're in the cruiser, it implies on duty. And drinking alcohol in the cruiser, I mean, this is never a good look to have a couple cops throwing them back from the front seat of the the patrol vehicle.
Sustained injures, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
I will hear you. So with that, we go to sidebar. And the judge also said, now's a great time for a break. Jurors, as you go to break, don't think about Proctor and Albert chugging White Claws or sipping whiskey or doing anything else in a patrol cruiser together. Don't think about that. Just go to break. The judge did not sound amused. She did not. Oh, man, I've got a prank call. Hello? 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 They hung up. Bummer. I need my plug so I can plug this in. Paging my children. It's not working. Child retrieval mission is in full swing. Yes, Becky Hill indicted for 3 felonies, and also she's been released on a $10,000 bond as well. So she's in and out. Just a quick trip. They never drank in the cruiser. I believe we're going to get some testimony that he lost his gun and badge, like he forgot them in the cruiser. He's like, did I? I don't remember the other day. Was my gun and badge in your car? Yes. 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 They'd stopped to eat and drink. Will defense call Colin Albert? No, I don't think they will. I don't think they can. Thank you, bud. That's the plug I needed. Appreciate that. Okay, burner phone is in business. Ordered 2 more of those plugs and subsequently lost one. All right. I hate it when I lose my gun after a night of drinking in the cruiser. Yeah. Yes, that really happened. They'd had enough to drink that he forgot where he left his gun and badge. Colin Albert was called last year. This year, there's a new ruling. The judge ruled that they cannot use him as a third-party culprit in this case, that there's no evidence that would support it. And last time on this trial, Colin, being the high school age kid, underage for drinking, but knows how. He's learned. And also presented as just a calm kid, quiet kid, never any trouble, not all about fights. Well, apparently he talks big game for not having fights, and he did have some busted up knuckles. But yeah, that's not enough to get him in as a third party culprit in this case. If you guys want, I can get you some of those reactions. Some of the great people who are watching court or in court are doing a great job. Let's see. Sue O'Connell specifically. She's a commentator affiliated with NBC Boston. Not a reporter. She says, not a reporter. On Twitter, she's giving some updates here. Let me show the thread from this morning. Let's see. We had the niece testify. Jurors paid attention to the two clips shown by the prosecution, the two video clips. Jurors are taking notes during Unetti's cross. Looks good. There's not a lot. There's not a lot there right now. Who's on the stand right now? Woody, on the stand right now we have the pinned message. State witness Sergeant Zachary Clark. He's a Massachusetts State Police sergeant. Photographed the scene at 34 Fairview and the vehicle. He also works with the Norfolk County DA's office. That's where he's assigned currently. But his role on this case, he showed up and took pictures of the car that was at the Canton Police Department. He also took some pictures at the scene of 34 Fairview. And he's still on the stand. Mr. Unetti is trying to get into the areas about Proctor, first of all, because all these witnesses that are with the Massachusetts State Police and sometimes with Canton were asking about Proctor and what their role is and interactions with Proctor, because Proctor was a big part of this case, and Proctor is a big black eye on this case. So everyone's being asked about that. The Commonwealth has been objecting. The prosecutor's been objecting to pretty much every effort to point out relationships Mr. Proctor had with Canton Police Department, the Alberts, the crime scene, and witnesses, things like that. And so far they've been winning. Mr. Unetti has a strong feeling that some of these areas should be allowed and that he should be allowed to go in. So he's argued at sidebar, but we don't know what the outcome of the latest argument is. We don't know if he's going to get to talk about the drinking and the lost badge and gun in the police car. That would be great. I think that comes in through text messages. Stonehouse says, I didn't watch the first trial, so I'm thinking, how can these cops mess this up more? Then, bam, you tell me something new. So, just like that. He needs to lay foundation. Groovy Cheryl, you're right. The judge twice has told him, not at this time, not with this witness, meaning that might be relevant testimony, but not through this witness. There's not foundation laid yet. If the witness's answers get to a certain point, then you can take the next step. But right now, that's a step too far. There needs to be something in the middle to go to. So Mr. Unetti has to work on that. Let's see. Fish Farm and Family. Yes, busted knuckles don't necessarily mean from a fight. Just in Colin's case, it went along with bragging about fighting. And basically calling people out to fight, calling people to fight. Just because he wants to, that doesn't mean he can just throw it out there. That's correct. The judge is holding him to the proper admissibility. How come they couldn't bring up those issues with the supervisor that already testified? Probably because he doesn't have any knowledge of it. That's what he got demoted. Not demoted for, excuse me. That's what he got a loss of vacation days for not properly supervising. Do we think Michael Proctor will be called by the defense? If they can call him, yes. The testimony from Mr. Buchanan is that once you're fired, you can't call somebody. So I'm not sure. If there was a problem with calling him, I think it would have been a problem to have him on the state's witness list. But where the state has him on their witness list, which they do, and they didn't, and they choose not to call him, how can they then object to the defense, who also has him on their witness list, calling him? They're like, hey, you can't call him. Well, you were going to, and they didn't have a problem with that, and you were okay with it. So I think they can call him. I just don't know how beneficial it will be. I don't see how they could keep him out right now. Why did they call Colin last trial, but this time they won't? Because the judge said they can't this time. Well, they could call him, but they can't list him as a third-party culprit, meaning they can't pursue he was a fighter, and John was dead with injuries that could have been consistent with a fight on the front lawn of Colin's house. Colin was there. There's a whole bunch of witness statements that just forget to say some of the people that were there, and I think Colin and his girlfriend were one of them that they forgot to be mentioned. But maybe Proctor's on all expenses paid vacation until the trial is over, somewhere out of state where jurisdiction for subpoenaing doesn't hold. Maybe he's in Aruba. Why would Proctor or anyone disclose to the picture taker guy that he knew the witnesses? It would probably be in a general briefing about the case as to why we're taking over. Canton PD is conflicted. This is the brother of we've got family on Canton PD that are too closely related to the owners of the crime scene. If I was on the jury and heard all about Proctor being a dirty cop, I would want to hear from him. I think if he gets called, all the jurors are going to sit up a little straighter in their chairs and sharpen their pencils. Proctor is in the general vicinity of the case, within that 8 to 10 foot range. The part that I got from this individual's testimony that I've never heard before was that he went to photograph the grassy area where the snow had been removed, and he observed snow had been removed. He saw footprints, and he saw tire tracks. And I don't know why there would be tire tracks there. We didn't have any ambulance drive on the grass. We didn't have any police officers drive on the grass. He clearly stated that he saw tire marks. This would be off the road. The road, crazy. Do the jurors even know who Proctor is? They should by now. By the gurney... No, I think they carried him and transported him on the side of right at the side of the road onto the. So they took the gurney to the edge of the berm and they carried him on a backboard from there to the gurney. Is how I remember that. Barbara, I don't think that's true, but I can go back and watch on the replay machine to see what happened. Let's see. We're going to listen to the closing here. Okay, I'm going to turn the volume up a little bit on this video. This is the moment where Mr. Yannetti there's the objection. Here's the question.
Approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
No, I'd like to request an instruction.
Jurors,
No,
pay no attention
not
to that
following that at
question
all.
or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Okay, so there was no comment under her breath during that one. Now we're going to zip through forward. The fan spins really fast. Yes, a few more questions.
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the
I'm going to fast forward a bit.
No personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
Okay, we got.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Okay.
You participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Okay, we're way far behind. Hang on. Did she say I'll allow it?
Homeowner Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you
Okay, we're going to go a little faster. To the end. Man. Just want right before they go to break. Right here. Here we go.
That question disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
What? Hang on. Okay. I need to put this up. Barbie, let me play this one more time, and I'm going to slow it down maybe. Okay. Ready? Here we go.
When you approach.
Go on to the next area. Let's see if we can do that.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained in jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Listen. What? Who said this? Let me just rewind just one more time.
I will hear you.
Somebody said something in a mic.
hear you. I will hear you.
All right. Somebody said something in a mic, right? It could have been counsel. The reason why I think it's counsel is if we go back and look at, let's see, let me turn the sound off so it doesn't make you dizzy from going in reverse at high speed. Come on. Oh, it's not good. It's not good. Stop. This is not good. This does look more like the judge. The judge is sitting to the left of her microphone.
I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
I will hear you. She gets up. She walks. She's right in front of her mic. Right in front of her mic when she says that. She gets up and moves towards it.
Sidebar.
I will hear you.
All right. Let me just put this out here. This was picked up by the mics. It might have been heard by the jury. This, in my opinion, if it was the judge and if she said what we think we heard, okay, those are the two ifs that have to exist. That's reason for the judge to be recused. You think it was the female prosecutor? I don't know how you could switch judges mid-trial. What the heck are you guys hearing? Well, let me play it for you, I guess. I'm gonna improve it a little bit. Is that okay? Let's crank the volume. We'll do a little bit of work on this one. Sounds like this normally. Ready? So we're going to take this and crank the sound level up. This might be really loud. What did you hear? What did you hear? Let's do a poll. All right, there we go. Poll is up. I'm sorry I could only give you 4 options, but what did you hear is nothing, is number one, 100%. Number two would be female voice saying something to the effect of a $, $013. Female voice saying ask something, or you heard something from Charlie Brown's teacher. So we'll let this play out a little bit. Let's see. Slow down the video. Does the clerk in the middle smile and drop her head when it's said? Well, we can slow down video. I'm going to turn the audio down a little bit, but we're going to do about 25% here. There's a bit of a smile or a grin or a grimace. There's a facial movement that occurs. But I'm wondering if we're hearing, look, if you look right here, if we're seeing the girl who Brennan's talking to on the prosecution team might be saying ask. Might be saying ask. She's clearly in conversation with Mr. Brennan. The way her face is moving, it indicates that possibly, let's extend this out a little bit. I need a little more of the timeline showing here. Okay. Here I'll show you guys so we can see. There's the little grin from the person in the middle, but look at this lady right here that Brennan's talking to. I think she's talking. She's at least saying something. Might be her. Is that a problem? Possibly. Maybe it's ask her. That's why we had one of those options on the poll. I'm going to end the poll. We don't know. We don't know what's said. But the results of the poll are, on X, they hear a-hole. But she would have to have a mic to hear that. Right, the prosecution would have to be mic'd, and Lally is the one making the objections. So if his mic is on, and we can go back and listen to that. Let's go back to our source really quickly. Want to hear specifically his objection, okay? Let's go here. Oh, we're back in court already. Never mind. I'll look for that.
All right, so I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Put it back in session meeting.
Counsel's like, hey, we just noticed, couldn't help but hear a little something that happened right before the sidebar. We were busy thinking about what was going to be said, but when we go back and thought about it, sure enough, somebody said something right into a mic that didn't sound very polite or proper for court. Where is Paul? Paul might have stepped out. I thought he was here this morning. It wasn't judge, it was prosecution. Also a problem because that's Commonwealth. That's the state. Virginia says, this is one of those things when someone suggests something, then it is what you hear because you're listening to it. I wasn't like listening for that. I guess I was listening to see if something was said. And it sounds like something was. All right. Nope, I heard it the first time. What I heard was confirmed by most everyone else. The clerk got the judge's mic directly in her ears, right? I don't think so. The court recorder, who was the first person with the mouthpiece, she does, but she didn't give any response. She was sort of off the screen right as it happened. Maybe clearer since you wear headphones. I can also just, remove background audio. We could do that. Voice isolation. Let's see. Turn on some sound while they do sidebar here. Yeah, I moved too much. Let's take it down to about 80%. I'm going to boost the volume. Go right here. Ready?
Counsel. Exhibit II for ID. Thank you.
Close the session, please be seated.
All right, may we have Sergeant Clark, please?
Gonna play it again. So quiet.
Yes.
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022?
I was aware of that.
And the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023?
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Objection to
Ask it
supposedly.
differently, Mr.
Yes.
Giannetti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirection.
Sorry?
No redirection.
Okay.
Oh, they're done.
All right. You're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Thanks.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay. Excuse me.
You shall swear the evidence you the court, the jury, in the case now here, and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
Looks like another high and tight haircut.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
For just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks.
And how long were you at that barracks?
For about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks.
And how long were you in Charlton?
For a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments, or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the Crime Scene Services Section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services Section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So, once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over. I would document the item in its place, and then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow, so there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out, and it was much warmer than it was the previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document or memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out, so I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
You're showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
So what do you recognize that to be?
It's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc, are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave?
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc and those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Colin will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. Coming in.
Exhibit 135.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes.
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm calling off the seat and do in the bids at the next exhibit.
No objection.
Might get to see a few photos here. I think some of them we've already seen that he took.
Exhibit 136.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs in relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749. And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, One Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752. And Trooper, same question, what are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So we are looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse.
And Ms. Gilman, 7.
Struggling on the feed. Give me a second.
And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
There's going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
You can see the taillight does protrude.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791.
On the Traverse. But would it be at the right? Would it be at the right?
Now, you also took
height?
photographs of the garage doors at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 was this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down. Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at One Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Lally has successfully gone this far in the trial without saying what, if any, which some would not believe was possible having watched the previous trial. But he's a changed man. Good job.
Morning, Trooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at One Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was
After.
January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me, because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time, who had access to that traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report?
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos, and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview.
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
All right. All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Brian Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
That's going to be a tough name to spell. Brian, that's the third. How many Brians do we have?
Your Honor, as this witness is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Exhibit 137.
Thank you.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Ryan Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek, cells, and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
Mm-hmm. So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once?
Once what? Once what? Everything froze. We're frozen. Hold tight.
Just earlier.
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Quick witness.
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Thank you.
Next witness for the Commonwealth?
We're flying.
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
Maureen is up next. Josh, thanks for doing these labels for us. I know we barely get any use out of them, but some witnesses fly through and some are here for days. Just how it goes.
Follow me, ma'am.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
A minute there, I thought she was wearing a judge's
You
robe.
can sit or stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
Ooh.
After you graduated
Double
with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers, and there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for Crime Scene Services section as well as the Firearms Identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2, and that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3, and that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit in the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes, and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene, or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I'll also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes, you can. Thank you. So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Okay. Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making, analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor? Thank you.
Yes.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I would move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 138.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
You can take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes, so this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes, so I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Trying to count the sirens. I hear 2.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P161, please. One, please. Could you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you.
It's missing a lot of plastic there.
When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs,
Did you take any swabs?
Take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass in the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
Can we listen to evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
141.
Court's permission, I'd like to show P167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those two white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there another sticker above, or is that? just
I'm
a
not
different
sure.
item?
If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
And could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes. Thank you.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-172.
Okay.
So we get to see this. Let's look closely.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
And could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just want to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes. Well, there's a letter, yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Problem is the scratches and the lights
I'm
from the
showing you another
police
photograph.
Sally port.
Do you recognize what's in
Hard
that
to tell
photograph?
apart.
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 143.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P176. Can we zoom in just a little bit more, please? You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and a dent.
And where is the dent in relation to the scratches?
Just below it.
So that would be
Could we zoom in a little more if we could?
Cocktail cup.
Can you see in this photograph the
So the
dent that
salt
you saw?
water stains.
Yes,
on the
I
back.
was referring to this area here as a dent in my observations.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. You mentioned the hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two photographs. Can you take a look at the first photograph, please? Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, is A and B, please. 144A and 144B.
These were photographed on February 1st, was the testimony, I believe. She checked her report and then clarified that.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the Crime Scene Services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
Yes. This here is the apparent hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Let's see what tools
Does that
he
video
uses.
show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box, and then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 145.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You could take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Let's
May I
see
approach?
Yes.
how it looks. Ooh,
Do
it's
you
a
have
big
gloves
box.
available?
I brought gloves, yes.
It's not have those scissors. Are you going to wear the gloves or just have them there as a backup? There's one. Oh, they match your outfit. This is proper. This is good. It's going to be the entire taillight. This is basically the unboxing video I'm going to do this weekend when my taillight arrives. Although hopefully mine will be in better condition than this one.
You could hold that so the jury can see it. If you could hold it up high, please. Thank you.
I see diffuser in there.
Thank you very much. If you could return that to the box. I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as
Oh,
well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so that bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes, why don't you come on?
Uh-oh.
Actually, Paul, the lunch is here? All right.
Lunch is here.
The lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes.
50 minutes. Lunch is here. Vicky Gentry. Vicky Gentry is first in our new live stream that'll happen right after lunch. So they're going to sort out some issues. What is the problem with this evidence right now? They tried to admit this taillight into evidence. They showed the big housing, said, all right, put it back in the box, good to go, admit it, stamp it. The problem is there are multiple pieces. Because if I remember correctly, it broke when they were taking it out. Some pieces came off. There was some damage, and that has to be accounted for somehow. If you want to admit the taillight just as it is, we can do that. You just have to separate it from the other pieces, and we'll have to account for those differently.
I ask you to describe what she's doing.
See what they're doing here.
Quiet, folks, still on the record. Thank you.
Let's see what's going on here. Like, hi, how are you doing? Sorry about this. There's a procedure we have to go through, and we're not doing it. Everyone just sit down. I'm hungry. Let's go to lunch. Can we do this after recess? So now we're going to lunch. You can't hang up. You can't hang up on me. I can't answer a call if you hang up. All right. Everything Tumblr Tutorials by Rebecca Escott says, okay, so with 2 or 3 large pieces, how did they get 46 more small pieces? Math is not mathin'. Here's what I want. Here, they're calling back. Thank you. Is this Angela?
Call from Angela.
Hey, Angela, how are you doing? Happy Wednesday.
I'm doing happy Wednesday to you too. So I'm looking at the photo at the tail. I screenshotted the tail, what they showed in court.
Right.
And
I'll pull that up so everyone can see it. Just 1 second.
I can't see it, so because I'm actually in the bus right now and watching the trial on the move. But it seems like the diffuser is there, but it's also not there. It feels like something is, at least a piece is missing or something. I don't know. Is it just me or?
Let's see. Everything Tumblr. We're going to get back to you here in just a second here. It does look like there's a lot of diffuser, but a crack at least there. So what this tells me is that I have questions about the diffuser being found, because we have diffuser pieces that were admitted.
Yeah. Exactly.
Let me go back to the picture really quickly. The picture they show.
But on the other hand, isn't it like there's like a red piece of taillight and there's like small white piece of taillight? Was that like a clear piece of taillight? Was that found like red and white, and then the diffuser was like whole but cracked?
I think diffuser, I'm just looking here, the bottom right corner looks like the diffuser is broken. That's sort of like the outside. Let's go to this part here where she pulls it out. Sorry. Oh, she's putting it back in. Okay, so the bottom right corner looks like it's missing a part of the diffuser. But most of the diffuser is still intact. Huh. I know. I'm super excited to break my taillight when it arrives on Saturday. We'll try to figure some of these things out. I do need an electrical engineer to tell me just how I need to power it so I can test it, because I don't have a Lexus to plug it into. Unfortunately, this comes it's just the tail, and I didn't order the whole car.
Unfortunately. Are you going to live stream or are you going to do the thing on next week?
The live stream, as far as the taillight goes?
Yeah.
We might do it on Saturday, just because we'll be in court next week, and
yeah.
So we might do it on Saturday on a live stream, so we can take questions and sort of you guys can. I'm willing to karate chop this, to sacrifice my hand to see if I can just wallop this guy. I'm not excited about that because I'm not a karate guy. My hand is not used to breaking things, but I'll give it a good punch and see what happens. Mostly I'll just hurt my hand.
I have to excuse myself in advance because I won't be watching because it's Eurovision week and I'll have plans to watch it. And it's grand final on Saturday. So I'll be
I saw something about your Sweden's entry not being from Sweden. What's with that?
Yeah, we have a Finnish band singing in Swedish yeah, last year we had a Norwegian band.
Gotta love it.
Norwegian Twins.
Yep.
Yeah, but okay, back to the taillight. Here's the thing. Okay, let's say the diffuser is whole, and that's questionable, but cracked. So you are going to tell me, or but by you I mean Commonwealth is telling me that John hit the taillight so hard that he broke the red taillight and cracked the diffuser.
That's pretty hard, and I've seen a couple videos of people trying to break these taillights, and apparently they're strong. They're quite
very strong.
Let me zoom in on the part that I think is I think we're dealing with here. Okay, so we've got the taillight here. It looks to me, as I try to find my mouse, if you can see the mouse is sort of right by her fingers on the right-hand side of the screen right now. So the mouse goes over. It looks like this area of the diffuser is out of the light, that triangle piece.
Here's something for you to do. Try to dismantle the diffuser on Saturday and see if you just remove that piece of taillight, would this still show the red light?
I'll have to break it very similarly, and I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to break it very similar to this, but I'll give it a try.
You really need. Do you have a small hammer? I heard that maybe that can help.
I have a little tiny hammer. The handle's only about that. I've got several hammers. I've all the way up to a 5-pound sledge. By a fake arm.
Those are expensive, so yes, I do not recommend buying a fake
ballistic
arm.
Arms. It might be cheaper to just raid one from the cemetery. No, don't do that. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Ballistic body parts.
Those are expensive. Don't do that. Those can go up to $100,000. I don't think you have so much money laying around.
AOL says, go to AutoZone, get the bulbs for that taillight, and see if you can run wires from the bulbs to a battery. Do I need a power source? I mean, I don't want to run just a battery. Do I need like a controlled power source? What do they call that? The scientific thing where I
don't know.
Yeah, okay. Ask Proctor how he broke it. Get advice from him. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. It's gonna be fun. I guess the reconstruction is soon on, so soon after this. So I'm looking forward to it.
Me too. I'm
looking forward to cross. More cross than direct. So.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. I hope we get a better picture of. I mean, this time I think some of the images that have been shown in court, we've got a better picture of from the camera. We've got a better focus on the TV, so the pictures are a little bit better. We've got more to work with, and I'm hoping on the reconstruction as well we get a little more information, specifically about which pieces were found when and where they match up with on the taillight. That's the part for me that I really would like answers to. But
yeah. I mentioned earlier the power to break the red. Did you get my email with my calculations?
I saw it, but I'm not a math person, so I just wrote it
okay.
off.
But yes, okay. Thank you so much, and I am looking forward to being the rewatch crew on Saturday.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Angela. Have fun.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Have fun. Bye.
All right, so thank you for the advice from many people about what to do with the taillight and how to power it. Just a 12-volt battery with a 5-amp inline fuse. I don't think I have a 12-volt. We'll figure it out. We'll find something. I might have to buy a battery as well. But they have those at the auto store. Don't need anything special, just 12-volt power source to light it up. Everything I have is for USB. So these are all, 5-volt, 6-volt? Court is on break until 1:40. We are going to come back at 1:30 and talk about this. Lexus will give you the specs on the taillight. Just try their website. I've got the taillight. I'll have the taillight itself. It's an original OEM taillight. That's what I'm told. Get yourself a potato gun. Kelly, this is tempting. I would get in a lot of trouble with a potato gun, I think. Maybe Proctor use a flashlight to bust it more. I have a mag light I could probably use. Make sure you pick up the correct blinker fluid for it. Of course, we'll refill the blinker fluid before we do any tests. Your tractor battery, which is dead right now. That's convenient. I'll do that. Rebecca says, I suggest you use a 2x4 instead of your hands. Well, science. We have to do science. So build a trebuchet. That would be fun. You can get one of those battery rechargers. Could be useful to have anyway, save you purchasing a battery. The jump packs, like what we borrowed from AutoZone to help that lady out. Can that run at just a solid 12-volt? That's got to be too much power. That's enough power to turn over a diesel engine. It would fry that taillight, I think. We made potatoes, cannons, and Boy Scouts. Yeah, what merit badge was that for? RA calls Lexus to ask how best to break the taillight. Find me a prosthetic arm that's cheap, and we might look at it. But the cheap ones probably are not very good. I'd have to swing the arm like a bat against the taillight. And, of course, the taillight would have to be held in place by a vise. 6,000-pound vise. Your cars have 12-volt batteries unless they are Army Humvees. They are 24 volts. Thank you. Kim says there's a scratch on the inside part and there's no snow or salt spots on the inside of the housing. Kim, I'm just not sure. We don't have good enough pictures for me to say that's actually the case. I think our problem is that we're watching pictures of pictures and we're losing something in the translation. Hitting with your hand is a no-no. I'm going to do it anyway. How about a mannequin arm? Not the same. I mean, it looks the same, but the force is different. It's been done. Bones broke. I'm not going to hit it that hard. Plus, I drink lots of milk, so my bones are strong. We're hoping it won't hurt. And it will be frozen. So if it does hurt my hand, I can just keep my hand on the taillight, and then it will help. Sorry, tell him no. Use a pig leg. Where would you get a pig leg? Brandy, I don't know how many witnesses the Commonwealth has before they arrest. We know how many. We've gone over the list of witnesses they had, and they have a lot, like in the 90 range, 70 to 90. I think it's quite a few, and most likely we'll see less than half of that. What was the results of the poll? I think 60% of people thought she said a-hole. Use the hand you don't use as much. Good advice, JD. That's great. I see a visit to the emergency room in your future. Here's the problem with that, Bite Me. Guess what YouTube does not offer to creators? Insurance. YouTube, being my sole source of employment, means I don't have insurance. I am 100% self-funded. So I can't get hurt because it gets very, very expensive when you have to pay all the bill yourself. So, all right. This is when having kids comes in handy. I kid. You're missing going through the box. I went through the box. I'm sorry. We got a box. We've got a box shipped to me. and it has a whole bunch of food items, including like some pickled sausage, various pickle flavored items. The bacon jerky is gone. It was gone. We opened it immediately. It's gone. Thank you very much. Look at my texts. I have a ton of texts. Speaking of dents, this happened to my daughter. She's okay. What in the world? That's crazy. I just watched a dash cam video of somebody driving down the freeway or something, and then one of those big, think of the big rolls of orange tubing that they put fiber underground in, rolled out on the freeway and direct head on up on the hood. It's crazy. Fun hole. What is... Ooh. A Lego set. But it's fun hole. Tempting. Brandy says, I'm waiting for my Old Bay goldfish. Delivery has been delayed twice already. That's because the mailman is eating them. Josh says, buffer or go eat. I'm going on strike for the rest of the day. All right, we'll do that. We'll go to lunch right now. I'm hungry. I did not get breakfast. So that's my fault. I woke up late. But we have a portal set up. We're going to portal over to the afternoon session. So if you miss anything, it's your own dang fault, because we're literally doing all the work for you to get you to the afternoon session, so you won't miss a thing in the Karen Reed retrial. Thank you for all the likes. We got almost 1,200 likes on this live stream. That does wonders for the channel. Thank you very much. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe. We'll go live again at 1 in half an hour. Oh my goodness, in half an hour with the next segment, day 15, part 2 of the Karen Reed trial. We'll be back for that. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Bye-bye.
I was told council wanted to see me at sidebar.